Where to begin? Yes. Good afternoon and welcome to the City Commission of the City of Brownsville. Mayor, may we call the meeting to order?
Yes, ma'am.
Pursuant to Chapter 551, Title 5 of the Texas Government Code, that the Texas Open Meetings Act notice is hereby given that the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, in accordance with Article 5, Section 12 of the Charter of said city, will convene at a regular meeting on July 7, 2026 at 5 p.m. here in the Commission Chambers on the second floor of the Brownsville City Hall, Old Federal Building, located at 1001 East Elizabeth Street, Brownsville, Cameron County, Texas, 78520. We will proceed with the roll call, starting with Mayor John Cowan Jr.,
Present.
Commissioner Tino Villarreal, Commissioner Narendra Galonsky, Commissioner Brian Martinez,
Present.
Commissioner Linda Macias, Commissioner Gustavo De Leon,
Present.
and Commissioner Pedro Cardenas.
Present.
We do have a quorum to proceed. The invocation will be led by Ms. Alicia Justilian, and following, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance being led by members of the Boy Scout Troop Number 11.
Good evening. Please join us in prayer. Father in heaven, we come to you, Lord of all, to praise you and thank you for another day of life and to be present at this meeting. Thank you for the blessings of our country's 250 years of its birth, our founders who put their faith in you, and one of them who said, "It is impossible to govern the universe without the aid of a supreme being." Father God, set up your will for what will be heard and said tonight. Pour out your understanding and wisdom to Mayor Cowan and City Commission. Lay out before them and the citizens of Brownsville what your plans are for our city, and place in each one of us the strength and ability to work together as in your word that says to serve one another humbly in love. We pray in Jesus' name, amen.
Troop 11, Mr. Larry Jopel.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flags. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice to all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
And for the record, we have Commissioner Macias present. We will proceed with the proclamations. The first one is recognizing parks and in the Recreation Month.
If I can please have the Parks Department come up here. It is an honor to be giving this proclamation in recognizing Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas the City of Brownsville's Parks and Recreation Department plays a vital role in enriching the quality of life for all residents by managing more than 40 parks, miles of trails, athletic fields, recreational facilities, and open spaces that support physical health, mental well-being, and environmental stewardship. And whereas the Parks and Recreation Department delivers inclusive and high-quality programming, ranging from youth sports and cultural events to senior wellness activities and summer camps that bring our community together across generations and backgrounds. And whereas Brownsville's parks are essential to the city's public health strategy, providing access to safe spaces for outdoor recreation, exercise, and relaxation that combat chronic illness, support emotional resilience, and enhance overall quality of life. And whereas the department is currently leading the development of a Parks, Health, and Recreation Master Plan to ensure equitable access, modernized infrastructure, and long-term growth aligned with Brownsville's values and future vision. And now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, do hereby recognize and commend the City of Brownsville Parks and Recreation Department of its invaluable contributions to the quality of life of all residents. And we encourage the community to support, celebrate, and participate in the programs, services, and initiatives that continue to strengthen and enrich our city. done on this, the 7th day of July, 2026.
And Commissioner Galunski is present for the record.
One more. There we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Commission, honored guest, our city leadership, I wanted to first say thank you very much for recognizing our department during this month because it is National Parks and Recreation Month. As you know, our department is very diverse. We just are coming off of one of our bigger annual events in 4th of July, which I don't know if you saw, and we'll have numbers for the actual attendance next week. It was a banner year for us as far as the 4th of July. In addition to that, we are getting ready for our mobile rec unit this week, as well as other activities. But I did jot down some notes. Normally I don't, but I wanted to just read something off to you. Parks and Recreation is one of the few professions that truly serve every resident, every day, every stage of life. Our team helps build healthier communities, stronger neighborhoods, memorable experiences, impacts economic validity. We create safer public spaces and places where people connect. This is a profession that on any given day, we're able to be doing planning for multi-million-dollar capital improvement projects, implement a maintenance plan, host a luncheon, prepare for a concert, national tournament, mentor a young lifeguard, sponsor a senior fitness class, respond to an emergency, celebrate a child's birthday, and climb into a skid stair and serve wherever we need to be served. In 1 hour, we're planning a future. The next, we're creating memories. That's the beauty of Parks and Recreation. It's not as simple as maintaining parks. It's about creating spaces where life happens. My team is one of the most diverse teams in the land. From sea to shining sea, from edge to edge, we are that. We have everything from people that work with seniors and children to people that weld, lay concrete, mow, and everything in between. And we appreciate the fact and the honor that we're given by not only you, but the citizens of Brownsville to serve them every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So thank you for that. Also, as a quick reminder, this is budget season. Remember how much and all that we do when you go to approve the annual budget. Thank you very much.
The next proclamation is recognizing the Brownsville Fire Department.
Recognizing the Brownsville Fire Department. Whereas on June 15th, the Brownsville Fire Department displayed extraordinary courage, professionalism, and unwavering dedication while responding to 2 significant fires, emergencies within the community. Whereas in the early morning hours, fire crews were dispatched to a major residential fire on 330 West Jefferson Street, deploying 3 fire engines, 1 aerial truck ladder, 1 water tender, 1 ambulance, and assistant chief and EMS supervisor. Whereas upon arrival, firefighters encountered the structure heavily involved in flames and acted swiftly to contain the fire, protecting neighbors' properties, and ensure that no occupants were trapped, demonstrating exceptional skills and commitment to public safety. Whereas later on that evening, Brownsville Fire Department responded to a commercial fire at Wellington Plaza involving 6 emergency fire engines, 2 ladder trucks, 1 water tender, 1 ambulance, and 5 command staff members. Whereas the fire spread rapidly through the attic space, threatening multiple businesses and nearby occupancies, requiring a complex multi-hour operation marked by coordinated teamwork, endurance, and decisive action. Whereas the collective efforts, bravery, and steadfast dedication of all responding personnel, the Brownsville Fire Department successfully contained both incidents and upheld the highest standards of service to residents of Brownsville. Now, therefore, we, the members of the City Commission and the City of Brownsville, do hereby recognize and commend the Brownsville Fire Department for its exceptional performance, heroism, and service provided on June 15th, 2026, and for our community, done on this date, the 7th of July, 2026.
Good evening. I just want to thank you, Mayor and Commission. My name is Jared Sheldon, Fire Chief of the City of Brownsville. Thank you for recognizing the Brownsville Fire Department. These men and women work day in and day out and are always ready to respond. That's why they're walking out right now. They're already excited to get back on the trucks and get back on the street. So they're truly a dedicated public servant and really heroes to Brownsville, all the men and women out there, and they truly love what they do. But I just want to thank you for recognizing them. Thank you.
Next is recognizing the Brownsville Dynamite Volleyball Club.
So this is a proclamation of the City Commission of Brownsville, Texas, recognizing the Brownsville Dynamite Volleyball Club. Whereas the Brownsville Dynamite Volleyball Club 13 and up, team has demonstrated exceptional dedication, teamwork, discipline, and sportsmanship throughout the 2025-2026 volleyball season. And whereas through hard work, perseverance, and a strong commitment to excellence, these outstanding student athletes proudly represented the city of Brownsville and their community, both on and off the court. And whereas the Brownsville Dynamite Volleyball Club 13 and up team earned the distinguished title of Lone Star Regional's Elite Division Champions during the tournament held in Houston, Texas on May 9th through 10th, 2026. And whereas the members of this championship team are proudly recognized as number 1, Andrea Vela, number 6, Lilibeth Cisneros, number 7, Abigail Silva, number 8, Gigi Rodriguez, number 9, Paola Garcia, number 10, Kate Chapa, number 12, Suri Hernandez, number 15, Marisol Gonzalez, number 24, Paola Monse Coronado, and number 26, Zuleika Lanis. And now therefore, we, the members of the City Commission of the City of Brownsville, Texas, do hereby recognize and commend the Brownsville Dynamite Volleyball Club 13 and up team for their remarkable accomplishments, exemplary sportsmanship, and for bringing pride and recognition to our community, done on this, the 7th day of July, 2026.
One more. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Final one. 1, 2, and 3.
Wait, Next, we will be moving on to the public comment period. We did receive 4 pre-registered forms. The speakers have acknowledged that they will follow the rules and that are displayed on the screen. You will have up to 3 minutes to speak. You will be required to say your name and your address for the record. While addressing the City Commission, as a reminder, please address them as a whole and not to individual members. We will start with the first speaker, Antonio Caldwell. Please come to the podium. The time will begin after you complete your name and your address for the record.
Antonio Caldwell, 3130 Creekwood Drive. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, and members of City leadership. My name is Dr. Antonio Caldwell. I am the founder and principal consultant of Caldwell Humane and Animal Services. I am one of only 25 certified animal welfare administrators in Texas, and I have proudly called Brownsville my home for more than 20 years. First, thank you so much for your service. I know that leading a city is not easy, and I appreciate the work that it takes to put your community first. We all appreciate that. Brownsville is becoming known for technology, economic growth, and space exploration. Those are incredible achievements, but as we build a city of tomorrow, let us not forget one of the greatest reflections of any community, how we care for its animals. Nearly 65% of Texas households own at least one pet. In a city of nearly 200,000 people where households own multiple pets, that means our companion animal population far exceeds our human population. Animal welfare is not a small issue. It is a community issue that requires a community solution. If our police department or fire department were expected to protect our community with only 6 frontline responders, we would immediately recognize that they needed more resources. Yet our animal control officers have been expected to do more with less for years, while pending service calls have grown to more than 1,000. I recently attended an animal Advisory Care Committee meeting where it was announced that there are more than 1,800 pending requests for spay and neuter services. It was also announced at meeting that a monthly spay and neuter clinic would soon launch that would begin with the goal of 40 surgeries per month. I applaud that effort, but at that pace, we will never get ahead of the problem. We must address the root cause of pet overpopulation. Investing in animal services isn't just about helping animals. It's about protecting public health, improving neighborhood safety, reducing nuisance complaints, and preventing animal bites, and making Brownsville a better place to live. Gandhi once said, "The greatness of a nation and its moral progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated." Tonight, I ask you to make animal welfare a top priority. Invest in dedicated people who serve this community, invest in a modern, state-of-the-art animal services facility, provide staffing and resources needed for the department to succeed, and build a comprehensive spay and neuter program that matches the size and needs of our growing city. Brownsville has proven that when we choose to invest, we can accomplish extraordinary things. I believe we can become a model of animal welfare in Texas as well as across the nation. Thank you for your time and thank you for your service.
Next, we have Yolanda Spees. Please come to the podium. You will have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Yolanda Spees, and as I said, I don't want to give you my address for security reasons. Last month, my neighbor's house went up in flames. I'd been packing things from my old house, and in the morning, I was going to take everything over first thing. I was so exhausted, I fell asleep about 8:30 at the old house. Midnight rolls around, and my neighbor tells me that my house was on fire. It wasn't my house, but my next door neighbor's house. Fire department worked diligently all night and well into the afternoon to kill the fire so my house and my neighbors' houses would be protected. Yes, indeed. They went above and beyond to do their job. Above and beyond. I believe those were the words that PD Commander Paschal used to describe Officer Efrain Cervantes when he not only violated police protocol and the city ordinance on property laws, but then Paschal tampered with my civil case, which I was going to win until he interfered. Is this what the Brownsville Police Department considers going above and beyond by violating police protocol to circle the wagons and protect themselves when their behavior is being called out? Sounds unethical and illegal to defend a thin blue line when it isn't deserved. The funny thing is that a couple of weeks ago, there was a police officer who tried to do the same thing again to me, even though the abandoned property in question had been there for nearly a year. I was getting yelled at and threatened by this police officer with getting a warrant, and they were threatening to take the property from me and give it to the criminal. Not a coincidence, it's a pattern of incompetence and poor training. The only thing that I walked away with was realizing that our police department does not need more equipment. They need better training. They need to know the law they've been hired to enforce. Please explain how a person could enforce the law if they don't know how to do it correctly or professionally or appropriately. The other question is, how can a civil servant get rude with someone who is pointing out this behavior? The Brownsville Police Department, the Brownsville Fire Department clearly know how to do their jobs. If they didn't, my house and all of my belongings would be ash right now if they didn't. The Brownsville police don't know procedure, definitely do not know the law or how to enforce it. They even break the law and violated people's constitutional rights because they're ignorant and have a gun. Are you scared? Because I am, and I can guarantee most people who reside in Brownsville are scared too, and don't want to get shot or killed because of Brownsville PD's stupidity, so they blindly comply when they shouldn't have to. When I look at the pile of ashes and smell the remains next door, it makes me wonder if the fire department were as incompetent as the Brownsville Police Department, would my home still be standing? I shudder to think what would have happened had the fire department been as incompetent, as untrained as the Brownsville Police Department. And this is why I don't feel comfortable giving you my address. It just takes one person to do this kind of damage when you ask for information that makes us vulnerable. And I'm expecting this to get fixed. You have my address and my information, so I'm waiting for the call.
Next speaker, we have Jose and Rose Abet. Please approach the dais, the podium. You have up to 3 minutes to speak.
I'm Rose Applegate from 134 Bates, and I'm speaking for my mom who lives in the neighborhood at 134 and my brother at 254. My concern for our neighborhood, the Dew Bates subdivision, the brush and the junk pickup piles, they're mounting. Trash was not picked up in June. Who can haul away all the trash and junk and how soon? Maybe during this time of year, recommend maybe a budget for a twice a month pickup, especially during the summer and hurricane seasons. Point number two, the in-tow vehicle business, we've seen all of those around. They're entering and exiting through the Dew Bates neighborhood. They are supposedly renting to park vehicles from El Mejor Precio business, the property at 9 Sam Pearl Boulevard, to get vehicles ready to sell and transport elsewhere. The safety concerns there are that the Dew Bates is a neighborhood with a narrow and one-way street with cars parked on both sides. The posted speed limit is 15 miles per hour. It's often exceeded by the drivers of the towing vehicles. One child stated that they were almost hit by one of these towing trailers. Vehicles sometimes go against the posted one-way traffic direction. One driver told me it was faster to just go that way. Point number three, does the El Precio business have a permit to rent to the towing business to park cars on the property? On 629, there were at least 40 to 50 vehicles that were moved through there and going through the neighborhood. The El Precio, the Mejor Precio business does have an entrance on Sam Pearl Boulevard. So if they have a permit, vehicles should enter through that entrance on Sam Pearl and not on Bates Street, the neighborhood which does not have an entrance, but they've made one. Maybe recommend putting a post to block that entrance so that way they don't go into the back part of that. In closing, who specifically will let us know if these concerns are being addressed? How soon can we expect to hear from someone? We did speak to someone on 629. I've submitted some pictures. I believe I sent it to the mayor and to District 1 Commissioner. I hope you got those. You'll get more pictures. So we just want to get the trash picked up because it just keeps growing and growing. Okay. Thank you for your time and attention to these concerns. Thank you.
The last speaker is Diablo Velez. Please approach the podium. You'll have up to 3 minutes to speak.
I'm going to talk about Lady Candace Tangora report. My name is Diablo Velez, 1254 Tyler Street. I don't know what is in Lady Tangora report, not even the recommendations. But nonetheless, they are like old dinosaurs, old-fashioned politics and policies. They won't work. Lady Tangora also mentioned that the museum is being closed for 2 years. Look, let me tell you something. The world art, please pay attention to this. It's very important information for the museum. The world art, the global art, is dominated by Generation X people. These people, they make hundreds and thousands and millions of dollars, but they also buy art. They sponsor art and they manage art. So, but they also are faggots. They are putos. They are lesbian, transgender. So I want to recommend that the city hire a graduate student that were training in museums and have a PhD in art. They are different people, but that's what they do, different things. Lady Tangora also criticized the city using the word neglecting. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the history of Brownsville, neglecting things. Take, for example, the Neal House. That's about 40, 50 years of neglecting. And it's continuing. And it's already taken $100,000 for not moving that shed. You commissioners, you mayor, you are dinosaurs. You're gonna become extinct. Give the museum a chance, an opportunity to exist. I 100% support the idea of hiring our Generation X people. These people, they are the new 21st century human species, and they're going to dominate and they're going to influence the world until Jesus Christ come and exterminate all humans because you are no good. On June 2nd, outside in the lobby, there was a 7 or 8-year-old boy sitting in his mother's lap. And he was continually saying that he was not a boy, that he was a girl. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the new human species, and they're going to dominate this world. I recommend the mayor and the city to look, to search for these people, a generation of people, to manage the museum. Thank you.
That concludes the public comment. Next, we'll have the presentation. Item 1 is to review and the comparison of the organizational culture assessment results from 2024 versus 2025. I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you. So good afternoon. Let me just. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Commission. Perla Cepeda, Chief of Staff from the OD and HR Department. So what we're going to present today is the cultural assessment results from 2024 and then 2025 in some of the strategies and initiatives that we have been implementing after the results of these assessments. So I put like a timeline of the different initiatives when in 2018, we start with the total alignment. They create something called organization needs inventory. So it was not like an engagement survey, but it was more to understand what the organization needed at that time. Then in 2022, we have the transition to one city with the leading of Ms. Helen Ramirez. And then we did, of course, a lot of benefits, compensation, improvements at that time. And then on 2024, we decided to do a cultural assessment to understand more about the engagement with employees, what is the need of the employees, and have action plans for working with. So in 2025, we did the same, and we also include additional sessions for employees to understand the results, to how to create a better workplace behavior. That was a workshop that we have on 2025 and 2026. Of course, the ongoing goal is that we continue having an inclusive and engaging, high-performing workplace for our employees, and the vision is how we can continue position the city of Brownsville like the choice for employees and from the people that wants to collaborate with us. So this is the results that we receive from the employees. On 2024, we have 86% of participation of the city employees. It's in all positions. They receive a link, a very unique link, so everyone can have the opportunity to do it in English and in Spanish as well. And then we did another one in 2025 with 89% of participation. So what you can see on the first one is the results from September 2024 when we launched the first one. So that is the connecting and distancing means the 57% is the total of engagement from employees on September 2024. The 42% is the people feeling disengaged with the organization. Workforce means that every single employee feel that way, and then divides to team members, that is the frontline employees, clerical employee, admin team members. So the team members, for example, they were 57% engaged versus 42%. Managers and supervisors, 53% versus 46%. Senior leaders is all the assistant directors, the directors, seniors, supervisors. It was 60% of engagement versus 39% of engagement. Then for 2025, when we conclude the assessment in December, we have a change from 57% to 73% increase, and we decrease the disengagement from 42% to 26%. Then for team members, again, we have an increase from 57% to 74% and decrease on the disengagement from 42 to 25%. For managers and supervisors, we have an increase from 53% to 62, and then disengagement 46 to 37%. And the senior leaders, we have an increase from 60% to 67% and a decrease from 39% to 23%. This is just like the general information about the increase from September 2024 to December on workforce, which is the all employees that complete the evaluation, we have a 60% of increase on that engagement. And then for team members, we have a 70.28% of increase. For managers and supervisors, 9.54%. And for senior leaders, 50.47% of increase. Of course, we did a lot of initiatives that it was because the support of the city commission, the support for city management office related with compensation, like the call adjustments that we did, the compensation analysis, the longevity pay, the benefits, for example, like parental leave policy, the 457 deferred compensation match, the flex schedule. We did also on engagement. This culture assessment is part of the initiatives because we want to really listen to employees and do something with the feedback with these different initiatives like Women's Leadership Conference. We continue supporting on the annual employee conference as well. Bring your kids at work day. So this is the different initiatives that employee ask us to do more. And training and development, we continue keeping our leadership team accountable. So we did executive retreats. We have 360 evaluations for every single directors and assistant directors. Also individual development plans for those gaps funded on the 360 evaluations. We have a one city university for all middle management employees, all the supervisors. So this is part of the career path that we are building for them. So also on the culture assessment is a section that they can respond about what is the leadership behaviors that we need to continue doing, that we need to stop doing, and what behaviors needs to start doing. So what we receive from those results is on the continue, they want the leaders continue bringing everyone as a one team. And I think this is the reflection of the one city philosophy. They really enjoy and like when the leaders are asking them how they are doing, how we can help you. So that's the strengths that we find on the leadership side. What is the behaviors that we need to stop? They say assigning everything as a top priority and rush the job. And the conversations that we're having with leaders is sometimes that we need to do is explain the why behind. Sometimes we change priorities is based on the needs of the community or based on the needs of the organization. So just take the time to talk to the team members and say, this is the why we're changing the priorities or why this is important. Allowing double standards or only focus on squeaky wheels is how we keep everyone accountable, how we have the same expectations from employees in the same level. I think that is something that we need to continue doing. The expectations needs to be clear for everyone to understand and needs to be applied for everyone the same way. And then the behaviors for STAR, they want to see more initiatives related to how they can balance the load and avoid any burnout. And as you know, like we have a lot of initiatives going to the mental health, and we have initiatives also on the wellness side. And also they want to continue holding people and teams accountable. So this is some of the initiatives that we have been working with, the results from the culture assessment related with benefits, related with compensation, related with an engagement activities for employees and keep them, not only them, but also the families engaged. That's the Hug Dog International Day. So very popular, by the way, very popular. Initiatives on the training and development, how we continue keeping our leaders accountable, how we're going to provide the resources for them, but also keeping in mind, like we need to serve our employees in a better way and start leading by example. So we have a high expectations on that. The training and development opportunities, we have customer service training, we have presentation skills, we have burnout initiatives, like how can we help employees feel like we have high expectations, but how can we provide the resources so they are able to respond to those expectations as well? So of course, the main goal is that we want to continue keeping in mind like how we create the city of Brownsville, the workplace of choice. So we need to focus and continue focus on culture and engagement and leadership effectiveness and workplace as excellence. So on the workplace excellence, we're working with different initiatives related to how can we improve the accountability for the team members, the accountability for the leadership team, best work practices and implementation. On the leadership effectiveness, we are doing and very diligent working on individual development plans, creating succession planning, and culture and engagement. For example, this is the culture assessment that really help us to understand how they feel, how can we improve the way that we work with the employees. So I don't know if you have any questions. I just want to say, like, we truly appreciate the collaboration and the truly support that we receive from City Commission. I know like employees enjoy to see you on Mental Health Awareness Month. Just be there with employees. They love to see the Women's Leadership Conference, the conversation that you have. They love to see you on the One City Conference with employees, or they like to see the commissioners when you go and visit them when they're working there. They really appreciate that. And I think that's why we're in a very different organization and momentum, because we have that support from the leaders and of course CMO. We have a great directors that they are committed with employees, they are committed with the mission of and purpose of the organization. So I think, and also we have 1,300 employees that they're passionate about what they do and the way that they serve. So thank you so much.
I just wanted to say thank you so much to you and the team and to everybody. Organizing an event takes a lot of hard work, time, dedication, and you do that for 1,300 employees on several occasions throughout the year. I can honestly say that I enjoy the health fair initiatives. Health is important. I'm glad that you are allowing employees to spend hours. Sometimes I've seen it half a day, even a full day. I mean, there's not a lot of companies that do that. Or I'm sorry, a lot of organizations that do that. The Women's Conference is absolutely amazing. It's so encouraging and empowering. So all that you guys do, we are seeing it, we believe in it. Let's continue the collaboration. And let's be honest, it is the people that work for the city of Bronzeville that make the city of Bronzeville what it is today. Amazing, vibrant, and I'm just excited to continue that momentum. So thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I want to echo Commissioner Macia's words and the gratitude that this commission has towards its employees, but also its leadership. I think it really embodies the One City model, right? That we're putting our employees first. And I'm really proud to be part of an administration that has really valued that. And I think they've seen it in little rocks that we've thrown, right? Because we got to pace ourselves to get there instead of slow and steady wins the race, my mom would always say. So we just want to let you know we appreciate all the work that you do, and we're really proud to be part of that One City.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And thank you, Perla. I just want to say that this presentation really validates the direction we're going in, and keep on really building a place that people want to work, right? And I think it's really, you guys are making it happen, and I want to thank you and your team for really really moving the needle here. So thank you.
That concludes the presentation.
Wait. Go ahead. I think Commissioner De Leon wanted to add something there. Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to tell them the great job that they're doing, and thank you very much.
I want to recognize the commission for their support of this. You know, 75% of our budget goes to people costs, whether it's benefits, salaries, uniforms, whatever that part is. We're a people-centered business. You know, when they call a police department, they expect people to show up, a fire department, people to show up. Our library is very automated, but you still see them trying to find a reference librarian rather than trying to look something up on the computer. They want to talk to people. And so I really believe in this, and I know our directors believe in this, that we are going to train our people well enough so they can leave. We're going to treat them well enough so that they stay. And you all are committed to that with us. And I think it makes, we believe Brownsville is an employer of choice in the Valley. And we see that in how that engagement, that connection improved by 16% over 1 year. And that's because of the commitment that you all have made to us financially, and your commitment to us with allowing us to give them that time to attend that event or bring their kid to work, or the different, the Christmas party, all the different things we do. So it really is a team effort, and you all are definitely helping us lead that way. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gar. Next, we'll enter into the city manager's update, starting with number 1, is Brownsville Chamber of Commerce DC fly-in for the federal engagement and advocacy update. We'll turn it over to the team.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioner. I'm here to introduce the Chamber and their board members, Esme Villarreal.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Buenas tardes, Commissioners, to our City Manager, Mr. Guard, members of the City Leadership Team, and members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you this evening and for allowing us to share an update of the 2026 Brownsville Chamber Washington, D.C. fly-in. This initiative is about much more than a trip to Washington. It is about ensuring that Brownsville has a voice where decisions affecting our economy, our businesses, and our future are being made. Today, we want to share not only where we have been, but more importantly, where Bronzeville is headed. Before I begin, I would like to recognize the chamber leaders joining us this afternoon. I'm honored to be joined by our chairwoman, Grisela Munoz German, our immediate past chair, Mr. Ben Peña, and our treasurer, Mark Hudson, members of our board of directors, and the leadership of our Government and International Trade Committee, composed by Mr. Hudson and our vice chair, Marisela Cortez. Our Government and International Trade Committee exists for one reason: to ensure Bronzeville's business community is represented wherever decisions impacting our economy are being made. Throughout the year, this committee builds relationships with elected officials, strengthens our binational partnerships, advances international trade, and leads advocacy efforts at the local, state, and federal levels. Because advocacy is not something we do once a year. It is what we do every single day. Your Bronzeville Chamber of Commerce has proudly served this community for nearly 90 years. And today we represent more than 500 businesses, from entrepreneurs and family-owned businesses to manufacturers, healthcare providers, educational institutions, international companies, and major employers. We represent the businesses that make Bronzeville work. We are your chamber, but most importantly, we are the voice of Bronzeville business. And when I say business, I mean every business. From the entrepreneur launching an idea to the small business owner creating jobs, to the companies investing in our community. Because no business is too small to deserve a voice, and no opportunity is too big for Bronzeville to pursue. Every day, our responsibility is simple. We advocate, we convene, and we influence. And to create opportunities that strengthen our local economy, because when businesses succeed, Bronzeville succeeds. 2025 was not simply another year for the Bronzeville Chamber of Commerce. It changed the trajectory of our organization. After more than a decade, we proudly brought Bronzeville back to the Texas Capitol through Bronzeville Day at the Capitol. Business leaders came together to advocate for the issues that drive economic growth: infrastructure, trade, water, workforce, healthcare, and energy. The issues that determine whether businesses choose Bronzeville or choose somewhere else. But we knew our work could not stop in Austin. To truly compete, Bronzeville's voice had to be heard where national policy is being shaped. So for the first time in our chamber's nearly 90-year history, we took Bronzeville to Washington, D.C. Not to observe, but to advocate. More than 60 business and community leaders traveled together with one purpose: to ensure Bronzeville had a seat at a national table. We made our inaugural flying successful. Was not simply the number of meetings that we held up there. It was the relationships we began building. Because advocacy does not begin when funding opportunities are announced. It begins long before that. It begins through relationships, through trust, through collaboration, and through consistently showing up. During our fly-in, we engaged with congressional delegation, federal agencies, national organizations, and policy leaders to elevate Bronzeville's priority and position our community as a leader in international trade, energy, infrastructure, manufacturing, logistics, aerospace, and as a whole, economic development. But there is something important we must remember. Bronzeville is not simply a border community. We are an international business community. Every day, commerce, trade, manufacturing, logistics, tourism, and supply chains move across our border. Our binational relationship is not just an advantage, it is one of our greatest economic assets. Our communities, or our community that compete best, are not the largest. They are the ones that show up consistently. Bronzeville is now one of those communities. This September, we will return to Washington for our second annual Bronzeville Chamber Washington, D.C. fly-in. But this is no longer about one trip. It is about creating a permanent culture of advocacy. Our vision is to align business, local government, education, healthcare, and regional partners around a shared federal agenda that strengthens Bronzeville's long-term competitiveness. Because Washington does not invest in isolated voices. Washington invests in communities that demonstrate alignment, communities that know who they are, that know where they're going, that show up with one voice. That is exactly what we're building, because success is not measured only by how many meetings we have or scheduled. It is measured by the relationships we build. the doors we open, the investment we influence, and the opportunities we create. Commissioners, last year when we shared the vision of taking Bronzeville to Washington for the very first time, you were among the first to believe in your chamber. You understood that if Bronzeville wanted to compete nationally, we could not wait for Washington to come to us. We had to go to Washington. And because of your partnership and support, we did. Tonight, we're asking for something bigger than your support. We're asking for your partnership. Help us reach the businesses you represent throughout your districts. Help us bring every industry into this conversation. Help us ensure that every entrepreneur, every small business, every manufacturer, every healthcare provider, and every employer has an opportunity to shape the message we take to Washington. Because when we walk into those meetings, we're not carrying the chamber's priorities. We're carrying Bronzeville's priorities. The Federal Advocacy Priority Survey is a tool that helps us gather that voice. Every response strengthens this message. Every business voice strengthens Bronzeville's position, and every partnership helps us compete for the policies, investments, and opportunities that will shape our community for generations. Economic development does not begin with a ribbon cutting. It begins months and often years earlier through conversations, relationships, collaboration, and intentional advocacy. That is the work your chamber is committed every single day. We do not wait for the opportunities to find Bronzeville. We go where decisions are being made. We build relationships. We open doors. We advocate with purpose, and we create opportunities that move Bronzeville forward, juntos and together. Because communities do not become competitive by accident. They become competitive because leaders choose to show up. They choose to build partnerships. They choose to think beyond today. So if I may leave you with something today, when Bronzeville speaks with one voice, people listen. When Bronzeville leads with one vision, people invest. And together, that is the future we're building. Before I conclude, I would like to invite our Government International Trade Committee Chair, Mr. Mark Hudson, to share a few closing thoughts. Mark's leadership has helped transform this initiative from an idea into a cornerstone of the Chamber's advocacy efforts, and we're very grateful for his partnership in advancing Bronzeville's voice at the state and federal levels. Gracias.
Commission, Mayor, thank you for having us today. As we know, it's never easy following up ESME, so I'll keep it short and sweet. You know, with your continued support, and for those of you who participated with us last year, I think you saw the success that we all saw. I think the message we carried to Washington was loud, and it was the voice of our business community. It's our intention to do that again in 2026. And with your continued support, we think we will not only achieve our goals, but surpass our expectations. With that, I thank you all very much for your time today. Thank you.
Yeah, all I want to do is thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Thank you all so much for always being so supportive of the Bronzeville Chamber of Commerce, and we hope to see you there. Thanks.
Thank you.
I just have a quick comment. I just want to thank you guys for being here and for advocating. I know you guys started on this right after our last fly-in, so you put in a ton of work and you're always trying to improve, and I really appreciate that. And I know you have high expectations and you're going to exceed them this year. So count on my support as we move forward, and I'll be sure to share the survey, and I'll encourage everyone else to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
just
Mayor.
to echo off of the mayor, thank you guys so much. I know it was a lot of work for you all to organize that, especially in a different city. And I just appreciate everything that you guys do. And it sent a very loud message that we are united, that we collaborate, and we're showing up, and we're showing up with a group of people that are just as motivated together to showcase what Bronzeville has to offer, and that we're ready for the next step. But we can't do it alone. We need representation to be there. We need the funding. We need the help from DC and the state. And so I appreciate all that you guys do because it does help out. Yeah, I know when we came back, we had announced the FAA gave us a grant that we needed in District 2 for the city of Bronzeville and our airport. And it's those small meetings that make a big impact for our community. So I'm ready to support once again, and let's bring in all the funding and all the resources that we can into our community. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your support.
The next one is recognizing the Office of the City Secretary for receiving the 2026 the Achievement of Excellence Award from the Texas Municipal Clerks Association, TMCA.
Mayor and Commission, very important for us to recognize our City Secretary's office, and they're earning this prestigious award from TMCA. The City of Brownsville Office of the City Secretary has been awarded the Texas Municipal Clerks Association TMCA Achievement of Excellence Award, a distinguished statewide recognition honoring municipal clerk offices that demonstrate excellence in statutory compliance, transparency, records management, elections, innovation, professional development, and effective municipal operations. Brownsville is one of only 42 municipal clerk offices across Texas to earn this distinction in 2026, and highlighting the city's commitment to excellence in municipal governance and customer service. The award reflects the hard work, dedication, and collaboration of the entire office of the City Secretary team, including legislative services, vital statistics, and records and information management divisions. It also highlights the continued support of the Mayor and City Commission, City Manager's Office, and departmental partners across the organization. This achievement reflects the dedication, professionalism, and collaborative efforts of the entire Office of the City Secretary. It also recognizes the continued support of the Mayor and City Commission, City Management, and the departments throughout the organization. Thank you very much for your efforts. I really appreciate you bringing home this award, and it reflects very well on the city as a whole. Thank you. Congratulations.
Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. One more. Okay.
Mayor and City Commissioners, and the leadership staff. On behalf of the Office of the City Secretary, I am truly honored to be recognized for our office and the achievements that we've done. This is a big testament of the dedication and the professionalism of our team and the hard work that it takes the entire office from our 3 divisions, which we have the Legislative Service Division, also the Vital Statistics Division, and the Records and Information Management Office. Our office is committed to uphold the transparency and accountability and excellence while serving our elected officials, our city departments, and most importantly, the residents of Brownsville. This achievement cannot be possible at all without the continued support of the team that's at the podium. Very excited to have the best team and the support in the office, every day showing up with excellence and integrity, and supporting not only you all as the elected officials, but also our interdepartments. So congratulations to the team, and if y'all have any moment of words y'all want to share, please.
Speechless.
Don't be shy. Hello. Thank you, City Commission. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, for presenting this award to us. One of the questions I'm often asked is, do I see the City Commission or the Mayor around city buildings during the day? And I always say yes. And so I want to thank you guys thank you, the Commission, right, for always being there and supporting us and supporting our office, supporting the city employees. To kind of echo what Ms. Sabella had presented earlier, it's always very exciting to see you all throughout the day. It's just a little bit of a little boost that we get to see y'all. So we appreciate you guys. Thank you guys again for everything that you do in your time.
Thank you. Next, we will have the recognition of the Communication and Marketing Department in Brownsville TV for receiving 3 2026 Texas Association of Municipal Information Officers, the TAMIO Awards.
I want to recognize and congratulate Manny Chacon and his team at CMD. The City of Brownsville Communications and Marketing Department and Brownsville TV have been recognized by the Texas Association of Municipal Information Officers with 3 Tammy Award honors for excellence in municipal communications, video production, event coverage, and public information campaigns. This statewide recognition highlights the city's continued commitment to producing clear, creative, and community-focused content that informs residents, promotes civic engagement, celebrates local traditions, and showcases Brownsville's growth and achievements. The City of Brownsville received the following awards. Tammy Award, first place for the State of the City Opening Achievements. That's a category of special or one-time program. Now, an award of honor for the New Downtown Campaign. That was a video campaign category. An award of honor for the 89th Annual Grand International Parade, category of Best Reoccurring Special Event. For the City of Brownsville, this award represents continued progress in strengthening the way local government communicates with residents across multiple platforms, including Brownsville TV, digital media, social media, public campaigns, and community storytelling. And all of this work highlights Brownsville's commitment to transparency. Thank you, Manny, and your team. Excellent job. Thank you. Congratulations.
There we go. Good evening. Technical difficulty there to start, but we got it fixed even from over here. So good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Very quickly, just want to acknowledge this team that works hard every day. These guys are out there in the heat, in the street, filming stories right now when it's 95 degrees and it's 100 degrees outside. But we're all very proud to be able to serve the community of Brownsville, and we're all very proud to be able to work alongside such a phenomenal team, including all of the directors within the city, with Mr. Guard, with Ms. Olesi, with Chief Sauceda. Mayor, thank you always for your collaboration and your support. Commissioners, to Commissioner Martinez, Commissioner Ms. Macias, thank you. You made me nervous because you're the counselor over there. And Commissioner De Leon and Commissioner Cardenas, thank you so much always for your partnership and for your support. And again, it really is a true privilege to be able to engage and communicate with the residents of Brownsville. And this team does a phenomenal job through social media, through TV, through digital advertising, through news writing, and through the many different platforms that we engage and communicate with the public. So I would like to name everybody on the team just because I have to for the record, and I wrote them down so I don't forget anybody. So thank you to Sandy Cortez right over there. She just got back from Florida, so she's a little shiny. And we've got Danielle Rodriguez. Thank you so much for everything that you do on social media. Xavier Aguilar, Laura B. Martinez, because we have many Lauras in the city, to Mark Espinosa, Roland Olvera, Albert Guzman, Jerry Salinas, our newest member to the team, to Jose Guerrero, Joseph Gomez, and Jennifer Galvan. Thank you guys for everything that you do. It is a privilege to be able to work with you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for all that you do. I truly enjoy hearing the social media stories that you guys post. I learn a lot as well. And if you guys have an opportunity, follow them on YouTube, the City of Brownsville, and they have news cast, or would you say it's a newscast? And it's called the BTV. So it's really nice. You are going to love it and learn so much. And just, I'm always in awe and I'm wowed by all that you do. Cause I'm like, how do they do it all? But you guys do. And it's a team effort. And so I know it was different for you all to be in front of the camera instead of behind the camera. And so thank you so much for all that you guys do. You're truly appreciated because you're sharing Bronzeville's story.
Next, we will enter into the consent agenda items for your consideration, items 1 through 16.
Mayor, I move to approve consent item agenda.
Second. We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as listed. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It carries 4-0. Now we'll enter into the public hearing. Item number 1 is a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2026-1809, designated a 1,021.48 acre area that's located in Cameron County, Texas, as a tax increment a reinvestment zone, describing the boundaries of the zoning, creating a board of directors for the zone, providing for an effective date and a termination date for the zone, naming the zone the Estrella Reinvestment Zone Number 6 in the city of Brownsville, establishing a tax increment fund and containing other findings and provisions related thereto. I'll turn it over to staff.
Staff.
No staff.
Oh, Will left, okay. Why don't you
think
go ahead
the
and start?
appropriate course of action would be to open the public
Sure.
hearing.
Go ahead and
Well,
start.
I don't know if we have a presentation by staff on this item.
I thought Will would be handling. This is
Yes, ma'am.
yeah. We're gonna go ahead and let him start. Hopefully we'll come back.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you very much for having me, Mayor, honorable commissioners. So this is the tax increment reinvestment zone number 6 that's proposed to go over the Project Estrella. As you may be familiar with it, I believe it was briefed to you all sometime last year. You may remember the project location is north of the toll road, just west of the Battlefield Park and north of the Sport Park there. So this is a master plan community, truly a first-class master plan community designed by world-renowned land planner Rick Harrison. It encompasses roughly 898 acres of single-family, multifamily, and executive-level housing, which coordinating with staff is something that was determined that the city was needing, was that executive-level housing. Has 100,000 plus square feet of commercial and retail slated, on-site schools and church, parks, and over 30 miles of hike and bike trails, a Class A community center, fiber to the home, and most importantly for the city as well, an anticipated taxable value of over $2 billion at full build-out. There's a summary of some of the amenities, how this subdivision goes above and beyond your traditional subdivision. Like I said, there's over 30 miles of hike and bike trails and sidewalks, proposed connection to the historic Palo Alto Battlefield Trail, lakes and resacas throughout, landscape parks, 230 acres of parks, lakes, and open spaces, as well as many amenities that you'd see in a first-class subdivision, and not only for the subdivision, but for the entire community that's proposed to go here. And sports fields and picnic areas, pickleball courts, basketball courts. Here you can see an overview showing some of the sports park and community park. This does not include all of the linear trails that were mentioned, the 30+ miles. Here you can see some of the community center close up, the beach volleyball, the pool, clubhouse, playground, pavilions, event center, et cetera. And then down to the numbers on the TERS. And so this project is anticipated to create at year 30, $2.5 billion in tax base. And the ask is for a 30-year TERS at 50% of the tax rate, which would yield to the general fund of the city approximately $112.3 million. And available for any questions. Thank you very much.
Do you have any questions, comments, Commission? At this time, I'll open the public hearing if there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And before you all take action on this particular item, just wanted to point it out and make it very, very clear. And this is normal in other cities where TERS are created like this, but because just since you all are not, used to the tourist creation where there's a petition involved, just wanted to point out the petition, when a developer submits a petition to the city, the creation of the TERS board is a little bit different. The composition has to be owners within the particular property. And so for this one, the ordinance that is before you for the first reading already lists out representatives of the owner, which are the Rose Development. And so any of their actions, of course, would still have to come to City Commission for approval. But for the most part, will be setting up the board for the TERS. You do have, it'll be, I believe, 6 individuals on the TERS board that are developer related, 1 from the county that they'll get to appoint, and then you'll have 1 individual from the state representative's office and 1 from the Senate representative's office. The same thing will be for the next one coming up. And so that's generally normal for these type of petition created TERS in other cities. Just wanted to point that out.
So today's item is creating the Estrella TERS and appointing the board, then, correct?
That said, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It
Thank you.
carries 5-0. Thank you. Moving on to public hearing number 2. It's a public hearing and action on the first reading on ordinance number 2026-1810, designating a more or less 804.13 acre area that's located in Cameron County, Texas, as a tax increment, a reinvestment zone, describing the boundaries of the zoning, creating a board of directors for the zone, providing the effective date and a termination date for the zone, and also naming the zone of the Greater Brownsville Tech District, the reinvestment zone number 5 for the city of Brownsville, establishing a tax increment fund and containing other findings and provisions related thereto. We'll turn it over.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. For the members of the public, my name is Ben Peña. I'm the chairman of the board of the Greater Brownsville EDC. Before you is the TERS number 5, first reading ordinance. And I've got Mike Bettis and Jeff Earl who will give a similar presentation. Just want to add a few comments before they come up. Is this development park has been a long working process. We're expecting a total tax valuation of about 1.6 billion in appraised value that will generate tax revenues for the city. So this is an important project for the city of Brownsville. It's going to create many jobs, a lot of tax base, and so we appreciate the opportunity to come and present before you and develop Brownsville into a advanced manufacturing, high-paying job area to increase the wages in our area. So a lot of good things happening out of that project. The current leads and prospect pipeline that's coming down the horizon indicates that we will fill that project up very, very quickly. So a lot of good things happening, and we look forward to working with y'all. Thank you.
Just a couple of comments. The Brownsville EDC is a agency created by the city. Their goal is to bring investments and create jobs. And that's what this zone is going to do. The county's going to help pay for the infrastructure that's going in. And normally, for most urbanized counties, the services that the county provides to its citizens in the unincorporated area, 75% of that is paid by taxpayers inside the city. So basically, all you really get from the county, with all due respect, is you get jail services and the courts. That's all you get. And this is a great way that the county can partner with the city to increase its tax base and create higher paying jobs. Because what they're looking at doing is attracting high tech industry to that 800 acres. And it couldn't be done without the creation of the TERS because it's in the floodplain. And so the amount of infrastructure that's needed on this 800 is quite large. And so I'm going to let Jeff, he's going to give you a quick 3, 4-minute power presentation to kind of give you a quick overview. Thank you.
Yeah, so you can see here the project location just south of the proposed TERS 6 for this tech park. Here's a grayscale map showing the property IDs involved for the boundaries of the district, proposed increment reinvestment zone. This is the land plan. You can see phase 1. There has been some construction to start that, but to really do this project, this TERS is quite necessary. I can show you why here. So part of it is there's a substation that PUB is requiring to bring power to the region. And so this project kind of absorbs that cost, which is beneficial not only for this project, but to the city and this entire region. The other thing that Mike had mentioned is that the amount of earthwork involved, there's a good amount of dirt that has to get moved across this entire site. 17.4 million in cost just from balancing the site in order to utilize it and bring the property into development. And some additional projections here, 1.6 billion in projected taxable value over the life of the proposed TERS, a lot of infrastructure investment going on. County participation is an opportunity that we're seeking, significant job creation and attraction of employers. So here, like I said, it's a 1.6 billion in projected tax build out at year 30, has a city contributing approximately 106 million over that 30-year period. But then importantly, and it's not on here, the personal property tax, sales tax, and then the income to the city from the PUB, from utilizing the PUB rather than AEP, is around 100, and the 25% remainder is about $129.9 million. So it's a net positive to the city here. And I want to thank the EDC for all their hard work and the city for all their hard work and making this project happen, and available for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the commission? All right, this is a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to address the commission on this item, please step forward.
I'll move to close public hearing.
Second. We have a motion and a second to close public hearing. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve
Second,
and a second. Any further discussion?
I'd like discussion real quick.
Sure.
For the board of directors for this tours, can you clarify that?
Yeah, just to confirm, the board of directors for this one will be the GBEC, GPEDC board.
Thank you.
All right, any further discussion? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
It carries 5-0. Next, we'll enter into the items for the individual consideration. Number 1 is the consideration and approval on the second and final reading on ordinance number 2026-1807. I'm amending the chapter 66, the municipal court, providing for the municipal court civil jurisdictions to enforce the health and safety and the nuisance abatement ordinances, authorizing the issuance of search and the seizure warrants, providing the concurrent jurisdiction, creating a court of record, and other matters pertaining thereto. I'll turn it over to staff.
Hello, Mayor and City Commission. Just to reiterate, this is an ordinance that would create a court of record for the municipal court so that we can have concurrent jurisdiction with the district court. And we do have the judge, Decos, with us.
I want to thank the commission. I want to thank the support we've gotten from Mr. Guard and Ms. Alessi and the city attorney's office in bringing this forward. I think this proposition was a long time coming. This allows the court to expand this jurisdiction to better be able to hear disputes from its citizens. It allows us to also give more finality to the court decisions, since any appeals will now be based on the merits and not a de novo basis where every decision from the court could automatically be appealed to a higher court starting from scratch. This allows for swifter disposition of the cases for our community. Also, the city, in enforcing its ordinances, this will allow city officials to be able to place many of these items before the court, where we're able to more readily resolve these without any of the backlogs that clog many of the county and district courts. So I am fully in support of the changes that are being brought to you this evening, Mr. Mayor, and I would ask that the court consider this item.
Thank you so much for your comments. Any questions or comments from the commission?
No questions. Thank you, Judge, for making yourself available. I know we wanted to hear from you in the last meeting. Thank you for being present.
No, and thank you, Commission. I've been before this commission many times. The support that we get from the commission and management and also the city attorney in getting this, not just getting it done, but getting it done right. I thank you for the time and the consideration. I know there were a couple left turns out there somewhere, but we're able finally to present something for your consideration for the second reading, and we're asking for you to consider it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
That I'll move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do you have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you all.
Thank you, Judge.
Next, we'll enter into action item number 2. Is the consideration and action on the following proposed charter, the charter amendments for the special election to be held on November 3rd, 2026. Following, you'll see before you is items A through M that's displayed on the screen on the proposed amendments. We'll turn it over to staff.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Commission. Next slide, please. Just as a reminder, when this particular body reactivated the Charter Review Committee, there was a few charges. One was to look at whether we would codify, thank you, campaign finance, codify what other changes we would bring forward to the city charter, as well as changes that were overdue for our Audit and Oversight Committee, and to review compensation for the elected officials. As a reminder, we held actually 5 public hearings. The ones that were scheduled for May 11th, June 1st, June 8th, June 15th, and then we had an extra one, June 30th, to go over the most recent request from the last report, which was to review the compensation. And of course, just a reminder, the City Commission has the final determination of what particular propositions you want to send to the voters. The first recommendation was amending Charter Article 5, Administrative Provision, Section 13, compensation, to address mayor and city commission salaries. The particular meeting that we had on June 30th, they did consider looking at medium household income. And rather than leave it at a fixed rate, the concern was that it would remove the decision from the voters. They decided to put it a little higher at a cap. And so if we're looking at the medium household income, they had recommended, and these are my understanding ceilings, 50,000 for city commissioners and 62,500 for the office of the mayor. And of course, this can be modified, but this is the recommendation that the city commission, the Charter Review Committee had for the city commission. And what I would like to do is go through each one. If you have any questions, I can go ahead and answer those. And then at the end, and I'll try and make this real quick, but at the end, I would ask that you all vote individually for each one. Amending Article 5, Administrative Provisions, to add 21B, which would be creating the Office of the City Secretary. As we were discussing the Office of the City Auditor, we discussed other positions where certain positions within the city are appointed by a city commission. One that came up was City Secretary, and one of the concerns they had was how that individual was appointed. And so the few examples that we showed them were from Laredo, Harlingen, McAllen, various cities. The one that they really cued in on was a city that had this language, which is upon either consultation or recommendation from the city manager, the city commission by majority vote would appoint and remove the city secretary. And it indicates that they serve at the pleasure of the city commission and receive such compensation as determined by the city commission. And it goes on describing their duties, which are set out in the state statutes. Unlike a city attorney, city secretary is a statutory required position. And so you have to have a city secretary or a city clerk. And so they found it important to make sure that the office is codified. In the city charter, the city secretary is referenced throughout, but it doesn't create the office, and so this would fix that. Now, with regard to the city auditor, the recommendation was to add a proposition that would create the office and kind of clean up what the Audit and Oversight Committee had wanted to do. And so this would be provisions that would create the office of the city auditor. How that individual is appointed. Currently, right now, the auditor is appointed by the Audit and Oversight Committee with compensation being blessed by the City Commission. The consensus from the auditor, I believe he's here too. The consensus from the committee and the auditor and legal is that the individual should report to the City Commission. So these provisions would be setting and establishing how that individual is appointed, removed, and what their job duties are. And it goes on to harmonize with the current Audit and Oversight Committee language, which will follow in 28A. It says, consistent with the provisions of this charter, the city auditor shall advise the Audit and Oversight Committee and report to them all administrative and operational functions of the city, of the office of the city auditor. So this would still have where he would or she would report to the Audit and Oversight Committee, but ultimately the firing, hiring decision would come from City Commission instead of a group of citizens. This is just setting that he can or she can hire assistants based on the budget process, which is set by the city manager's office and approved by City Commission, of course. This particular recommendation, Section 28A, Audit and Oversight, increases the membership from 5 to 7 members, with each committee member being appointed by a member of the City Commission. So this would fall in line with y'all's policy on boards and commissions to each have a individual appointed by yourselves. And it has some cleanup. G was the provision that currently set where the committee employs the city auditor. And so we modified it a little bit to harmonize with the other proposition that is being proposed, that they would, in consultation with the city auditor, provide advice to the City Commission with respect to oversight for financial reporting, internal controls, audit activities. And the committee was also, the Charter Review Committee had thought it best to ensure that the committee was able to engage external auditors as needed. Of course, you know, it's budget allowed, depending on what the budget is, but they wanted to preserve the ability for the Audit and Oversight Committee to have that ability to hire an external auditor if needed. And so that was really, really important to the Charter Review Committee. These are just examples of what the propositions would look like.
I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
So just to reiterate, both the Office of the City Secretary and the Office of the City Auditor, they'll be reporting to the City Commission now moving forward. Well, if
Yeah, assuming that the voters agree, both of those offices will report to the City Commission. The only difference is with the City Secretary, they would be appointed at the recommendation of the City Manager. With regards to the question or charge of reviewing municipal campaign finance, their recommendation was to set it by ordinance, but have a requirement in the charter that will require the City Commission to set those limitations. And so looking at model charter language from the National League of Cities, they thought it would be best to have the commission at the time. Currently, right now, we have an ordinance in place, so you would be in compliance if this passed. But they felt it important to have certain requirements that the ordinance had to have that the commission would then set, whether the limitations, what those limitations are. They wanted to defer to the commission at that time because as cases happen, lawsuits change, the law at the time, like most recently we had to update it. This would allow the flexibility to be able to update the ordinance. They couldn't just repeal it entirely. And so their recommendation would be to include language that, which is already required for disclosure, certain requirements of what you have to disclose. You already have to do that under state law. Contribution and spending limits, you would have something in place that would set those limitations on what that would be. And so the proposition language for this would be Proposition F, shall be amended to require the city commission to set campaign finance regulations that comply with federal and state law. Again, they didn't want to set actual limits in the charter so that it can have room to change as the law changes. If you look at the city of McAllen, more recently, they had a proposition that went before the voters, very similar to what's happening here with Ground Texas, that are asking us to send a proposition to the voters on hiring local. What Ground Texas did in McAllen was set limits at $500. And so that proposition passed with the McAllen voters approving it overwhelmingly. Challenger.
Set limits on what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
Oh, campaign finance on the actual campaign donations to individuals. In McAllen, it was a little higher. The proposition was to set it at 500. The certain individuals sued and won, and the court said, that is very restrictive. It's unconstitutional, and they struck that particular results of the proposition. And so, knowing that, the committee felt that it was important to allow the commission flexibility to set the rates depending on what the law is at the time.
So just one quick question on this item. So the recommendation is to add language for us to adhere to state and federal laws, but not setting a number like our ordinance has.
Right. So it's a couple of things. One, it requires the city commission to adopt something related to campaign finance. One, it has to have some kind of disclosure language in there where you are going to have to disclose who contributed to a campaign for a candidate.
Right.
The other one it was going to have contribution and spending limitations, but it doesn't set the actual limits. It just, what it says is that the city commission is authorized to enact those by ordinance.
But just by the same right that we had as the commission who passed this ordinance, in the future, they could do the same thing and come back and amend it as they wish.
Right.
Then we would still be in accordance with our charter because we do have an ordinance and we are following it.
Correct. So in reality, if a majority of the commission wanted, they could set the limit to be, open end. Like it could be like 10,000 per individual, right? Right now it's 2,500, and so they could increase it.
It's 5,000.
5,000. I thought it was 2,500. I think maybe 2,500 for individual and 5,000 for PACs.
No, I changed. Go
Monday?
back and check.
Okay, we'll go back and check. But the point is that they can increase it if the commission at the time can increase it if they want. But what the committee wanted was to ensure that there is something that you all adopt and have in place.
Thank you.
Now, this particular recommendation deals with qualifications. This came up in a question that one of the Charter Review Committee members had about if we could add in a qualification that would disqualify a candidate from running for office if they were to sue the city. After doing some research, we found that that kind of provision would be more than likely challenged, and we would not be successful in defending it. But what we did talk about was other instances as examples of where the courts have upheld certain qualifications, limitations. And a couple of these were being delinquent in the payment of taxes or other liability due to the city. And this kind of mirrors what you have currently in place right now with PUB and other boards and commissions. With other boards, when you appoint someone, the process is the city secretary and the city attorney's office, the municipal court get together and find out whether or not they have any tax liability, any delinquent taxes, outstanding citations. So this would be making it applicable to the elected official or a candidate. The other disqualification or qualification would be that they could not be convicted of a felony while in office. And so that is something that the Charter Review Committee recommended to add to the list of qualifications that are currently in the charter.
I have a quick question on the tax issue. Would that extend to any business?
No, this
Or
would
just
be
personal?
personally,
Just
so it'd be
okay.
personal.
Thank you.
And I'm just out of curiosity, how does this compare to state and federal laws?
So this has been tested in other cities. The Charter Review Committee was told that there's a couple of cities where they have this in place. And today I found out that the city of Anna had that particular requirement that you can't, one of the requirements is they were able to exclude someone who owed on their water bill, right? In one city, the city commission was able to unseat a city mayor because they had refused to pay their property taxes. And so he challenged it, and the court said, no, these are qualifications that were set by the voters that were not extreme, and because he had no property interest in his seat as a mayor, they allowed him to be removed from that particular city commission or city council. And so these are the two that the Charter Review Committee decided to include or recommend for the qualifications of holding office in the city. The next set are essentially in line with the qualifications, but this would be disqualifications. Automatic triggers for forfeiting office and discretionary triggers for forfeiting office. This came out because in the Charter Review Committee resolution, one of the charges was to consider disciplinary procedures for city commissioners. Currently, right now, there is none outside of the ethics code. And so the Charter Review Committee did not like the ability of a commission to scrutinize the actions of another individual. They wanted a fair process that would be above politics. They saw that it could be abused, if you will. And so they like the idea of what other cities have is automatic and discretionary triggers. And so automatic triggers would be, of course, a vacancy would be created or the forfeiture of office if you lacked any of the qualifications to hold the office, failed to meet the residency requirement for election to office, convicted of a felony, or failed to attend 3 consecutive regular commission meetings without being excused by the city commission. So those are regular commission meetings, not special or workshops. Violate the prohibited personal financial interest provisions set forth in the Ethics Advisory Commission or City Attorney. or failed to attend 6 consecutive or non-consecutive regular commission meetings in any 12-month period, with or without being excused by the city commission. And so they looked at various provisions that other cities have as far as what would cause an elected official who was elected by the voters, who currently right now in Brownsville, the only way to remove a commissioner is by recall. What other methods do other cities have for forfeiture? And so they looked at these, A, B, C, D, E, F, and they recommended adopting these provisions. Now, the other proposition was discretionary, potential grounds. And so the language that they had decided on or similar to is, if the mayor or a commission member is convicted of any criminal offense other than a felony or a Class C misdemeanor, the city attorney shall file a petition for declaratory judgment with the district courts for a determination on whether the crime is one involving moral turpitude. And if it is determined by the district court judge that the mayor or commission member was convicted of that crime involving moral turpitude, then the commission shall automatically order a recall election at the next allowable election and dispense of the certified recall petition. So in this provision, they looked at language that another city had where it was discretionary. Crime of moral turpitude can include anything like, the one that comes to mind is theft, right? So if they're convicted of that and it's not a felony, could be a Class C misdemeanor under a certain amount. They wanted the ability for the commission to be able to say, hey, this individual needs to be removed. It's discretionary. Go through the court process so they have their due process. And if the district court judge agrees, then the city commission would not be subject or would not be the ones deciding that the individual would have to be removed. But it would trigger the recall election process without requiring a petition. So the Charter Review Committee felt like this would be the least intrusive way of having a commissioner removed without making it political. Because you still have to go to the courts, you'd have to have due process, and you would rely on the voters, and you wouldn't require the petition. So this would be its own proposition, if y'all so choose. Part of that, of course, is if an individual is removed from office due to recall, conviction, or court order, irrespective of the length of time served, they shall be ineligible to hold elected office with the city of Brownsville. And so they wanted some kind of bar in place where you couldn't, say you're convicted of a felony or some other removal, you couldn't come back and then run for office. And so rather than adopt disciplinary procedures, they felt it was more prudent for them to recommend provisions for automatic forfeiture or discretionary forfeiture. And these are the provisions that they had decided on. And G, H, and I would be examples of their propositions.
I did have a question on the language. It keeps me uneasy. It has me at unease, or I don't know how to. But where it says, as violates prohibited personal financial interest provisions set forth in Article 5, Section 4, as determined by the Ethics Advisory Commission. And I want to ask your legal opinion on it. Do you believe that the Ethics Commission has the legal parameters in place and ordinances behind it to I don't have the fullest confidence right now in the commission because it lacks structure, in my opinion. And for us to have an amendment to our charter and empower them in that sense, it's not at ease with me.
I think we broke quorum, so we'll take a pause for a sec.
You can answer the question.
Yeah.
It's fine. I think you should clarify what that means, the
Right.
prohibited personal financial interest provision. And what is that currently and who determines that currently?
Right, so prohibited personal financial interest provision, Article 5, Section 4. So when you look at Article 5, Section 4, let me go ahead and pull it up real quick so I don't misquote it. And as I'm looking for the ethics ordinance provision, keep in mind too, not just the propositions, but any language you want to strike from the actual recommended verbiage, you could do too. So if you agree, mandatory forfeiture, but you don't agree with E, then we could strike that. So at 6:45 PM, we now have quorum. So under our ethics code, those are the basic provisions. What that's referring to is Article 5, Section 4 of this provision here that says the mayor, commissioners, and other officers and employees shall not hold any other public office of monument and should not be interested in the profits or emoluments of any contract, job, work, or service for the municipality, or interested in the sale to the city of any supplies, equipment, material, or articles purchased. So that particular provision is referring to a qualification that's already in the code. And it's in the code currently right now. We don't have, other than the Ethics Advisory Commission, we don't have a body that determines whether or not that was actually committed, right? It's easy to say, oh, I found a particular commissioner's contract with the city that violates the charter. But what do you do with that at that point? So what the Charter Review Committee had recommended is taking language, and this is language from another city. Again, they were showed different examples of how other cities do it. Taking language from another city where that determination would be made by the Ethics Advisory Commission. And to my dislike, if you will, they wanted to add me in there, city, or the office of city attorney too, to make that decision. So they added it in, but that would be, the determination they would make would be the charter provision that's currently before you that's in black on the qualification side. The second full sentence. Now, if you're asking me if the ethics committee is equipped to decide that, like any process where you have due process, there's bound to be error. But keep in mind, we are currently revising Chapter 38 for the Ethics Committee. Now that we have a almost full board, we're going to continue that process. And I think the only thing that lacked was adequate notice. I think that was what hurt a couple of the cases, was adequate notice. And so that's being corrected. But other than that, that's what that provision is referring to. Violates the prohibited personal financial interest provision set forth in Article 5, Section 4. That's just referring to not having a contract with the city or any kind of financial interest. Now, the mayor was kind enough, sorry, Mayor, the mayor was kind enough to run an analysis using AI against the city's charter, against the National League of Cities model charter. And it gave several ideas which were really great. And, you know, with the rise of AI, we didn't even think about running it against using AI to run it. And so it gave us a lot of recommendations. Funny enough, a lot of it gave us in 3 tiers. A lot of tier 1 was addressed by some of these amendments that the committee had already decided. Some of them are already like preempted by state law or put in place or taken care of by ordinances the city has or state law. And so the last of these are actually what the committee really liked. And so they liked the ability, this provision here, they liked the requirement, rather, to have commission provide by ordinance an ethics board and conflict of interest and disclosure regulations. In the city's past, I believe that there was an ethics board and it was done away with. And then a new commission body came in and reinstated it. Currently, right now, the only provision we have, obviously there's state law provisions that prevent conflict of interest and have disclosure regulations, but our code of ethics goes a step further. And the only language in the charter is the nepotism language, which is basically following state law. This provision will require the city, which we have already, an ethics board. So you would be required to have an ethics board, as well as adopt a conflict of interest and disclosure rules via ordinance. And so currently, if this was in place, you'd be in compliance because you have those. So what this does is, what this one and the campaign finance do is it sets it as requirements in the city charter so that if a commission ever comes in and decides they want to do away with, let's say, the ethics board, the citizens could then sue the city seeking a mandamus to force the commission to recreate or leave in place the ethics board. And so this would empower the citizens to make sure that, hey, we have an ethics board or we have campaign finance restrictions. And this code of ethics and ethics board language, it is essentially the model charter language with a few changes that kind of harmonizes with the city's current Chapter 38 ethics ordinance. Now, the next 2 provisions that the Charter Review Committee had recommended to adopt based on the recommendations of that AI analysis was currently right now the citizens, they have the process of recall of particular officers after they get so many different signers on a petition, but there's no power of the initiative for citizens. And so they recommended adding a initiative petition procedure for citizens. And so what that would do would be, it is the ability for the citizens to either propose an ordinance that's not in conflict with the charter or the Constitution of Texas, so that that particular ordinance that they want to propose to the city can get adopted. Now, we have basically here the requirements, so it will be required, I believe we put in here 10% of the total number of registered voters. We have so many days where that petition has to be filed with the city secretary and how long she or he would have to take to review the signatures, pretty much the process we have right now with Ground Texas. How it's prepared. So this is pretty much just substantive process. How it's submitted to the council, how long the commission has to review it and submit it to the voters, and then when it's actually put on the ballot. So this is basically just language that would allow the voters, the citizens, to put a ordinance on the ballot for the voters. An example of this would be Ground Texas with the local hiring. Rather than have a charter amendment, they could have proposed it to be in an ordinance by initiative. The other one is referendum. Now, a lot of charters have initiative and referendum and recall process. Our particular charter doesn't have referendum or initiative. And so what this would allow the voters or the citizens to prior to an ordinance taking place, allow them to have it recalled, if you will, or it allows the commission to send something to the voters if they want to see if the voters would approve a particular ordinance. And so then the rest of this, of course, sets the process, but so that there's no, the exception would be to bond ordinances, appropriation ordinances, anything that is used for the peace, health, safety, or property of the citizens of the city, levy of taxes, or any ordinance that affects the benefits or salaries of officers, capital improvement programs. So a lot of the major ordinances that you wouldn't want citizens to come in and really repeal, right? Those would be the exceptions. And so, for example, let's say we have the zoning ordinance, the UDC. We couldn't get, this would not allow them to come in and then repeal the UDC so that we have no zoning, because that is an ordinance for the health, safety of the citizenry. And so this would essentially just allow them to repeal an ordinance that they just don't agree with. And again, this would be also 10% of the registered and qualified voters. And then the rest of it has a process by which it's put before the voters.
Does the 2-year period also apply to this referendum? You know how for charter amendments, you can only go out every 2 years?
Not
Would
on,
be like at the next city election?
right. It doesn't have a limit. But once an ordinance has been in place and it's past the 30 days, they couldn't then challenge it.
Is that language in there that it would be at the next upcoming city municipal election?
Right, there's language in there that it would be at the next upcoming city election. The next provision that they had recommended is a provision based on merit hiring. And currently right now, the city manager, part of his responsibility and duties is the hiring of personnel that are not appointed. The city commission adopts personnel policy as recommended by the city manager. There is a provision here in the city charter that contract for services, the only individual that's allowed to have an employment contract is city manager. What the Charter Review Committee saw in the analysis, the comparison to the model city charter, was procedures or the requirement that city employees are hired based on merit alone. And so that would be determined by valid and reliable examination, licensure, experience, or other evidence of competence for their particular role. It has to be consistent with federal and state laws, and there would be a exception for the civil service, because civil service is done differently. So this would be for non-civil service employees. And one change that we had in there was that the city commission, at the recommendation of the city manager, would adopt the personnel policies as necessary for the establishment of this merit principle. So essentially right now we have a personnel handbook. That handbook is prepared by ODNHR, legal reviews it, city manager proposes it, city commission then will approve it. So that is kept in place. What this will do is every hiring that is done, we would have to be able to demonstrate, if you will, that position was filled by the merit principle based on whether they had an exam they had to take, whether they have particular license or certificates, their experience or other evidence of competence, like prior work history. One of the things that I had told the Charter Review Committee is, in my experience, while I've been here, I haven't seen the hiring process being abused, in my opinion. But a few of the individuals felt that it was important to codify some kind of merit hiring principle so that it's not abused if we have a new management, if you will. And so this is what they're proposing. The final proposition was a catch-all. It would be amending Charter Article 1 through 7, except Article 6, which is PUB's ordinance. So amending the whole entire charter with the exception of PUB section to revise or eliminate provisions that have been superseded by state law and to update or eliminate archaic language. What the AI analysis came up with is it found a lot of language referring to 1911, 1915 when the charter was adopted, as well as other provisions that are no longer used. There's certain language in there that indicates the change of when the commission went from at-large to district for some seats. And so it has language in there about how those lines are drawn up. That's now archaic, it's not needed. And there's certain language in there that is also preempts, state law preempts. And so this would be basically a catch-all to take care of all that and do a nice little cleanup on the charter. The city secretary's office is still currently, I believe, reviewing the signatures on the Ground Texas petition. They're running their statistical analysis, I believe.
Yes. I
Right.
can provide an update if you would like. But yes, we are still reviewing. We did receive the petition that was filed in our office on June 24th. At that time, we did a preliminary review of it, which at that time, we received the petition. It was divided in 2 weeks. So they started February, quote me if I'm wrong, 19th, when we went back on that petition. Since then, when we finally did the entire review of the petition, we were at 8,000 signatures. And at that time, when we were starting to review within 2 days, the team of our election committee of 4 members, we were reviewing the petition. And when we were reviewing the petition, in 2 days, it took us about 1 or 2 weeks just to review those signatures and get the information from the county and start reviewing the process. So since then, connecting with other colleagues and the way we're approaching this is doing it, the statistics analysis portion of it, since the law does require when we receive a petition over the 1,000 signature mark, we can do 25% of the signatures required, which at that time, right now, it's 2,049 signatures that we are reviewing from the 8,000 that were submitted. So what we did is we consulted, or we got with a third-party consultant, which to keep it an impartial, right, of reviewing it, we received a sample random from what we submitted to the other individual to give us the sample randomly, and that's what we're focusing on, those signatures. So at that time, we're still reviewing it. I believe this Thursday will be the 19th day that we're really keeping track and reviewing all the information at this time. So hopefully within the next few days, we will be able to send it to the third party that will do the analysis and the data from what we submitted to them. And then we'll be able to provide more information from the review process.
So we wanted to give you that update on the Ground Texas petition so that you know in our timeline, given the concern that we had that if they had enough signatures, we would have to go and call an election in November. We wanted to continue this process and basically wrap it up so that we can have our opportunity to submit our propositions as well, depending on what you all decide to send to the voters. So this evening, we would be asking you to have your discussion and then individually vote on each particular proposition as amended. If you have any language that you want to propose, we'd be happy to entertain that. That language, the ones that pass, would then be put in the ordinance calling the election, first reading on July 21st, final reading on August 4th, since our deadline to order an election is August 17th. And that takes into consideration as well the possible Ground Texas proposition. Now, we could, as soon as these are approved, we could start education or just wait until we know for sure. But what our thought was is if by August 4th, we know that the election for the ground Texas proposition won't go forward, let's say they don't have enough signatures, then at the August 4th meeting, we could just table the ordinance and not call it for November, call it for May. But following this process here just allows us the leg room to be able to also call hours. And let's say we call it in May, then we can continue meeting with the charter on any other additional language you want them to consider. Is there any other questions or
In the
comments?
case that, Ground Texas, what is that what they're called?
Ground Texas?
Ground Texas doesn't, trigger the timeline, what happens then? Do we wait for the next election or?
So if they don't have enough signatures and we're not then required to put it before you all so that you can order the election, we would ask that you table this order. Like if you don't want to send it to the November election, we would ask that you table the second reading so that we don't end up having it called. I anticipate, depending on what the outcome is, I would assume they would challenge it and we'd be stuck in court for that challenge. Because what they would normally do is they would mandamus us. If assuming, let's say there's not enough signatures, the city secretary would certify that, she would present that to you all. We'd then not call the election. Their relief would be to challenge that determination in court, seeking a mandamus, forcing the
Still
commission to
by the
call the
required
election.
timeline, yeah.
Right.
the election order.
So, but it might be outside the timeline, so we'd end up having to call it for May, just depending on how fast the courts work. So we're basically, kind of playing it by ear, if you will.
And Will, I just want to confirm that each one of these items was reviewed by the Charter Review Committee and recommended?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions, concerns? So at this time, we would ask if you go through to A, take a vote, to B. This is not a public hearing. Public hearing will be when you call the ordinance or call the election.
So at this time, we will consider item for the individual for consideration 2A, which is amending Charter Article 5, the administrative provisions, Section 13, the compensation for your consideration.
I'll entertain a motion on this item.
I think we can put on the screen the,
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Go to the agenda. Be easy for them to read. State it. Like that.
You want the actual breakdown?
no, this works.
Okay.
Now make a motion to approve, A.
I'll second.
We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
We have one nay.
Did you get a count?
4 to 1,
Is that correct?
and in opposition is Commissioner De Leon, is that correct? Okay, it passes. The 4 to 1. Moving on to the next item, which is 2B. I'm amending Article 5, the administrative provisions to add 21B, Office of the City Secretary.
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It passes 5-0. Item number 2C, I'm amending a charter, Article 5, the administrative provisions to add 21C, Office of the City Auditor.
I move to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion
It
carries.
passes 5-0. 2D, I'm amending a charter, Article 5, the administrative provision, Section 28A, Audit and Oversight Committee.
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carried.
It passes 5-0. 2E, I'm amending a charter, Article 5, the administrative provisions to add Section 35, the municipal campaign finance requirement that is set by the commission by the ordinance.
I'll entertain a motion.
Is E? Where-
E.
2E,
I'll move to approve.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
passes 5-0. 2F, I'm amending charter, Article 5, the administrative provisions to modify section for the qualifications.
I'll entertain a motion.
Okay,
Any,
see no motion. Moving on to 2G, I'm amending charter, Article 5, the administrative provisions, Section 3, vacancies.
I have some mixed feelings about this item and the following one. Because the questions I was inquiring earlier is we're setting these things in charter to, you know, to codify them, but there's still, you can't take away the possibility of a future commission that can get political, can make these changes, and it still happens. And it just, and then to put that also, you know, the voters had the opportunity to engage in the democracy, and they voted in a person for a commission, a future administration to have a political motive and remove them. Is that still going to be possible with these items?
Well, with, there's a provision in the city charter where you are the judges of each other's qualifications, right? But when that qualification is decided, it doesn't have a provision in there that says what happens if you decide that the individual is not qualified, right? So arguably, we would probably end up in court. Let's say you see someone that's no longer a resident of their district, they don't intend to return, that would be an automatic forfeiture of their office. Currently, right now, if you decide that individual is no longer living in the district, you could declare them not eligible to hold office in the city, right, for that particular district. There would be no process. We'd have to do a declaratory judgment in court and take that and say, this is what the commission decided, this is the evidence they have, and have the court decide, right? With G, that might still occur anyways, because we could have an automatic forfeiture, but that individual might claim that they still live in the city, in the district, and it would still require that process anyways.
Because there's still motives, like for residency, I think if there's intent, you can still live.
Right, yeah,
and there's-
I use residency as an example, because that's what came up with the committee. But let's, you know, it could be felony, It could be other instances of qualification. Having a contract with the city, for example. The reason why the commission liked, or the committee liked forfeiture is in looking at other cities' disciplinary process, they really cued in on what Laredo has in place, right? These are provisions G and H and F. So F, G, and H, those are provisions that the city of Laredo have in place. And they really, really like those. What we were actually proposing was a removal process for commission, similar to what Fort Worth has. So in Fort Worth, if the commission decides that an individual has violated the charter, there would be essentially a due process for them to be able to remove that particular commissioner. Similar to the other city that we talked about that had the mayor who didn't want to pay their property taxes. They refused. They believed they shouldn't. They had their due process in place within the charter to be able to remove that individual. The committee looking at what we have in place now, and then what examples from Laredo, they were shown examples from all the big cities, but the one that they really, really liked was Laredo's. And so we just basically, at their discretion, at their request, we basically just copied and pasted Laredo's.
Thank you.
So it might work for Laredo, but might not work for Brownsville, right? I think we're at G.
All right, I'll entertain a motion on this item.
Good.
Okay, see no motion or hear no motion, we'll move on to 2H. I'm amending the Charter, Article 5, the Administrative Provisions, Section 3, vacancies.
I just want to ask really quick, what happens when we say no motion? Does that come back or does that?
Basically,
because
is
lack of
basically a no vote.
So will it come back next week?
No.
Sure. Not all vote.
So this,
No action.
no action.
So 2H, no action. Next is 2I. I'm amending the Charter, Article 5, the Administrative Provisions to add Section 35 Code of Ordinances, the Ethics Advisory Commission.
All right, I'll entertain a motion here.
So moved?
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second that. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it,
It
motion
passes
carries.
5-0. 2J, I'm amending the Charter, Article 7, the general provisions to add Section 3A, the initiative, adding the initiative petition procedures for citizens.
Move to approve?
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'm sorry, where were we at?
2J,
2J.
the initiative provision.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
It passes
Ayes have it, motion carries.
5-0. 2K,
I'm sorry, Madam Secretary, what was the I?
I was the Code of Ethics
Ethics Advisory.
Advisory Commission.
It was 5-0.
But
2J just passed the initiative.
did I pass or no?
It,
I pass.
I did, yes.
I did, okay, just making sure.
Next is JK. I'm amending the Charter, Article 7 of the general provisions to add Section 3B, the referendum, adding the referendum procedures for citizens.
Move to approve?
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
Passes 5-0. 2L, I'm amending the Charter, Article 5, the administrative provisions to add Section 22B, the merit hiring.
To approve?
A motion, we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It passes 5-0. The last one is 2M, which is amending the charter, Article 1 through 7, except the Article 4 under the Utilities Boards to revise or eliminate the provisions that may have superseded by state law and to update or eliminate the language.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I just have a quick comment. You mentioned except Article 4, it's except Article
Yes,
6.
except Article 4, language.
Oh, but it says Article 6.
It's Article 6.
You're reading it.
Oh, sorry, 6,
All right.
Article 6.
Which is the
Thank you.
Utilities Board. Just want everybody to know that. Utilities Board.
1 through 7, except Article 6.
Utilities.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
So for clarification, the ones that do pass, just for the records, it's 2A, B, C, D, E, I, J, K, L, M. We'll move on to the board appointments. Is a consideration and action on resolution number 2026-076C to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Border Film Commission. And this item is being brought to you as we received a resignation from a current board member that belongs to District 4.
I'd like to appoint Eddie Perez.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It passes. The next item is the consideration and action on resolution number 2026-083C to appoint or reappoint members to the Paseo de la Resaca Lighting and Landscaping Maintenance District Service Plan Board. This appointment belongs to Commissioner De Leon. The current member sitting in that seat is Stephanie Tovar.
I'm gonna hold on that one.
Okay, we'll bring him back. We'll table. Item number 3 is the consideration and action on resolution number 2026-084 to appoint or reappoint members to the Brownsville Public Library System Advisory Board. This one is due to a vacancy. This belongs to Commissioner Macias, District 2.
I'll appoint Rosalinda Williams.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The next appointment is in regards to resolution number 2026-100 to appoint or reappoint members to the Transit Advisory Committee. TAC, this appointment belongs to Commissioner Macias as there was a resignation by Eric Kennedy received.
On this one, I'll pass to the next meeting.
Thank you. We'll table that item. The next item for appointment is in regards to resolution number 2026-101 for the removal and the appointment of the members of the Building and Standards Commission. This is also a companion item to item 6, which is in regards to resolution number 2026-102. And this item was due to, on June 16th, we brought in the acknowledgement of compliance for the PFS requirement filing. Since that time, we did have 4 members that were non-compliant. Out of the 4, one did receive, actually did file his filing. So we do have 3 alternate members that is at the discretion of the commission to reappoint or appoint a member before.
So there's vacancies there?
Yes.
3 as an alternate. Is that because they didn't turn in the paperwork or?
Because of they were non-compliant with the chapter 38 of the PFS, yes.
These are alternates.
And they're alternate.
financial disclosures, yes. Does anybody have an appointment? I'd like to appoint Tony Zaguirre.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
If we can get, yeah, for both of, for the building standards and
Second.
the BOA, if we can just have that in the motion.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I mean, if we can have that in the motion for the BOA and the BSC.
Yes, for
Items 5 and
both,
6.
for both being,
For both,
one
okay.
goes to both, yes.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
There's
I'll
10
move-
more alternates.
Move to appoint Luis Melendez.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
One more alternate to consider? If none,
Nominate Eduardo Gardillo.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Not all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Have it, motion carries.
perfect. That concludes the board appointments. Now may we enter into executive session?
Yes, I'll entertain a motion. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The city commission will enter into executive session pursuant to item number 1, which is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071 and .072 and .087 related to Project Egypt. Number 2 is a closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071 and .072 and .087 related to Project Headquarters. Number 3 is a closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071 and .072 and .087 related to Project Market Square. Item number 4 is in regards to the closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071 and .072 and .087 related to Project Romero. Number 5 is a closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071 and .087 related to solid waste services. Executive session 6 is pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, including the contemplating or the pending the litigation related to the fire truck price fix litigation. Item 7 is the closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, related to the Midtown Entertainment District enforcement. And item number 8 is closed session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071, related to CCAD property ID 30393. The time is 7:27 PM.
Okay, I missed you. I was looking in the room.
Okay. Yeah, and can you get that information from? Because we also need another board member. Mayor, may we reconvene into open session?
Yes, please.
The time is 8:58 PM. We are reconvening back into open session. Are there any possible actions to consider, starting with item number one is the consideration to approve the resolution number 2026-104 on Project Egypt?
Yes, I'll move to approve resolution number 2026-104.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say
Aye.
no. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It passes 4-0. Action item number two is in regards to the resolution number 2026-107 on project headquarters.
Move to approve resolution number 2026-107.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It passes 5-0. Number three is in regards to resolution number 106 on Project Market Square.
No move to table.
Sorry, I think on this one, we were asking for action.
Oh,
Yep.
move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
It carries 5-0. Item number four is in regards to resolution number 2026-105 on Project Romeo.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
The next item, action number 5, is in regards to tabling that item. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Item number 6 is in consideration to the Midtown Entertainment District enforcement.
Then move to proceed as discussed.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Ayes have it, motion carries.
And the next possible action is number 7 in regards to the CCAD property ID 30393.
No action.
No action. And that concludes the meeting for adjournment.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
A motion.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Ayes have it, meeting adjourned.
At 9:01 PM. Have a good night.